but I heard a lot of great things. Let's see what happens. Also, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And I feel like I should turn up the volume more. I don't think I can. Pretty low. I didn't expect it to be that low. Okay, showtime. So what's going on? What's happening? Oh, he just stole his ticket. He just took his ticket. That's crazy. When it rains, it pours. Oh shit. Okay. Oh damn. The graphics are crazy. Oh, looks like we fully booked better jets. I think that's what I said. I didn't know that the volume was gonna be this low. I know that I turned it down, but damn. He's okay. Sure. Dana, Chill. Yeah. There better be food on this flight. Jacob. Fangirl. That's her name. Okay. Well, she just got mauled. Phone. That was pretty sick. Choose who will slay your way through hell. How do I choose? Just, wait, I want to use the controller. So, like. Okay, there you go. Okay. We got Amy. Now you see me. Now you're dead again. Toughness 1, stamina 3, health recovery 3, critical damage 4, agility 5, peak peak health is 2, resilience is 3. Who else we got? We got Jacob. Peak health is 4, agility 3, critical damage 3, health recovery 2, stamina 4, toughness 3, resilience 1. We got Bruno. Critical damage is 5. Who else we got? We got Clara. Carla. Carla. What's up, Kat? Shout out to Epic Games. We love getting decent free drops. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. And I never played this, so this is a straight W on my part because this looks pretty fun. And there's Donna. Stamina's 5. Ryan. It's pretty good. More, more of the first. I liked it, but they add more vehicles and shit like that. Okay, okay. Well, I'm about to be in for a good gameplay then. And I don't know who to really pick right now, so I'm still choosing. I kind of want to go with Jacob. We try Jacob. Are you sure you want to slay your way through hell as Jacob? You will not be able to change Slayer's mid-story. He got good, nicely balanced stats. It's easier to start with the stronger people for sure. Okay. So I chose right then, and the volume is very low. As long as they have decent damage, you'll be fine. They like all get leveled up in time. Got you. Oh, can't wait. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited. Let me turn up the volume if I can. What up? Can you? Okay. Options. Audio. Was the maximum volume is 60 and that's what's okay, sure. I don't want the music, so that's fine. Yes. It should be louder now. Okay, now I think it's a little bit too loud. Options. Audio. It's like 90. What about 90? That'll work. You're bleeding out. Okay, how do I patch myself? Am I in a train?
There.
Oh, right here.
Thanks, Mom.
Medkit. Oh! Well, it looks like I'm dying. GG's, Shad, GG's. Actually, pretty smart. But what if it didn't work? Now that would have been funny.
Off you get, Jay.
Get the hell
Good to
out.
get out of here.
Okay, let's figure that out. And it's first. I thought it was gonna be third person, not first person. I think you would. Okay. I hope so too. I hope so too. Find the other survivors. This is actually really good graphics. Like, it's freaking incredible.
Oh, hi. I'm alive too.
Oh.
Fuck. Seeing things.
So
Not
what
good
type of
sign.
game is this besides just killing dead people, zombies?
Too long before to get through that.
Hush up weapon break easily, but can be useful in a pinch. Okay,
Got a bit of passion.
try it out. I know it looks great, especially for being like 10 years old already. So survival crafter, okay. Easy enough to understand. Am I supposed to... Wait. Smash. Okay. How do you smash? Oh, the crate. That makes more sense. It was the crate I had to smash through, not the... not the steel. Just like every game of the last 10 years, they either all survival characters or fucking battle royales. You're not wrong.
I feel compelled to keep this
You
stuff.
aren't wrong.
Just in case.
I'm not gonna lie, they were all bangers. Back then. I don't know about now though. Push. Oh, okay. Yeah. I can't see anything. Do I have a flashlight? I do. Okay, nice. It's crazy because I've never been on a plane. Oh. GG's, Mr. GG's. Am I supposed to jump over this? What's up? Can I push this on my way? Barricaded. Is he? Yeah, it's true. A lot of them were really good. This is one of those for sure. I agree. So far, so good. Am I really dumb, or I just cannot just? Or I can't just go through this thing? No, I'm supposed to go this way. So how am I? So how can I get around? No, that makes no sense. In my opinion, planes suck. Convenient, but it really makes you feel like a caged animal at times. At least it did for me. Well, I don't really have a opinion because I've never been on a plane, so can't really say. Okay, I can jump, clearly. So why can't I get through here? Am I supposed to climb on top of the plane? I feel like that makes more sense. But how do I climb to the top of the plane? How does the jump mechanic work? Okay, I see plane, obviously. Go inside. Alright, okay. I feel like I'm gonna break my weapon already. How'd I can't get through here. Can I break this? This looks like where I'm supposed to go. There's nowhere else to go. I can't climb the top of the plane. I'm supposed to go this way. It's an open area. Wait, I do have a gun. I don't know how to switch weapons though. Go into the dark into the other side of the broken plane. I came through here. And then it tells me to go through here. And now it's dark. Was I not supposed? What the? I was supposed to kick that shit? I was supposed to kick it. I didn't know I could kick. Bro, you shitting me? Can someone... That's crazy. That's crazy. It took me that long just to figure out that I had to kick it. And especially... That scared the shit out of me. Especially in the dark, no less. This is... beautiful art. The fact I figured it out in the dark. Okay.
No more hanging around.
That's why you don't play next to jet engines, I guess. Alright, how fast can we go to the mainland? Uh, I can sprint now. Okay, that's good. Can I slide? I can. I like sliding. Very convenient and fun. What the?
Almost home.
Will you stop firing those bloody flares? What? Stop firing those flares. We've only got a few left.
So why are you wasting them? What the fuck?
There's something in the plane. Stay back.
Has it been a minute? Oh, no, dude, 16 seconds. My mama always told me that shit and I never listened. Don't play around jet engines. I knew I should have listened. Fox, and I just said, and I said the same thing.
Jacob.
This is fucking tremendous.
This game does look really fun.
Darling, I'm so sorry about Robert.
Why?
Kat, I don't know if you like the skate
Stop standing there and find
games,
some
but
fucking shoes.
Skate 4 is a total travesty. It's a total rut. It's literally just made for children.
I got blood coming out of my ears.
Well,
No, I have
what
not.
are we going to do?
I have not played the
Try
first
to look
one.
tasty.
People, this is Emma Jaunt.
Nice.
If I could, I
Of course,
would.
You know what a
If
huge
it's
star she
free,
is from
then I
Winter
would.
Nomads.
If I need to buy it, then I don't know.
Aye, aye. What's this?
Careful.
Skate 4, I just downloaded to hack on the
Hello?
back on the PS2. You could have just bought the 1 and 2 remastered, but I get it. Classic. The classic will never die. I definitely understand that. But Skate 4,
But
total trash heap. It's literally just made for
come on.
kids.
There's no mean team.
Michael, help.
I get that. I totally get that. I totally understand. Because the PS2 was everything. The PS2 made some legendary games.
To go.
Okay, got you back. Emma?
I mean, perhaps we should stay.
Darling, the world needs you. They'll protect
So
them.
yeah, that shit made a whole generation of kids. Made a whole generation of kids.
Sure. Here is my address in case you change your mind.
Yeah, don't play Skate 4.
Where's the G&T?
It's fucking, it's so Fortnite coded, it's crazy.
Hey, are you having trouble?
It's nothing like Skate 1, Skate 2, Skate 3. Just don't even try it. It does not feel the same at all.
Survivor looks dazed or in shock. Mate, step out.
That's a zombie, my brother. Wait, what do I do? I'm confused. Is that like a... Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm just supposed to tap it. He attacks very slow.
That sets the bloody tone.
That's one thing I don't like. Fortnite coded saying it, so it definitely is. Bro, the shot, don't get me started on the shot. The shot, dog shit. Dog shit, bro. Not fun, not good. Everything is just hidden behind just like V-Bucks type like cash and like things like that. It's just so childish.
Right.
It
There, you manky fuckers.
the game basically is not meant for people that love skateboarding. It's made for kids just to fool around just on a fucking skateboard. Like it's not meant for real like core skateboarders, which kind of sucks because I was hyped. I couldn't wait, and then that's what we get. I felt so dishonored. I'm like, bro, you waited 10 plus years to make fucking trash heap. Like, get out of here. Oh yeah, okay. I need to know. I need to know. Weapon, this shit's slow. I don't know why I just grabbed it. Where's my health bar? Knock the burning wheel down. I gotta aim at that. You hate to see it. Fortnite has changed a lot of the landscape of gaming for
Come on,
the
Jay,
worse.
just lob a weapon at it.
They figured they figured out just how much money is it these kids begging their parents, and it is over. That's very true, sadly.
That precarious blob of burning rubber
It
gives
is
me an
very
idea.
true.
Just need to knock it
And it
down.
sucks because everybody was waiting for that game. Like, so many people was waiting for that game. And they let everybody down besides the
I should
kids.
start a scorecard.
Because kids
Wait, hey,
are the
you guys
ones
okay?
that are going to spend the most money, no matter what, you know. And it just sucks to see. It really does.
come on, Jay. Good bedside manner. Hey, shut up, cat.
Shit, a cat. What the hell is that saying?
Fuck did this happen? It's not meant to be like this.
Steady. We ain't lost yet. Hey, darling, can you drink? Come on, it's water. Just take a sip. With me, yeah?
Oh! Why are you doing that? What do you mean why she doing that? She's turning, bro. Oh, you heard that. That was straight jaw. Classic. You killed her with her own heel.
Come on, Jay. Stay level.
I don't think he can move. Oh, never mind. He can. Okay.
Gotta keep it going. Which way?
Well, that's something.
6 Alpine Drive.
So what happened? Are we turning? Are we slowly turning? Why is this game more scary than Dead Space? Dude, Dead Space been so fun. I made it all the way to chapter 8 in like one playthrough. Phenomenal game. I think chapter 8 or chapter 6. One of the two. Very phenomenal game. Can't wait to play 2. Oh. We don't even get these type of screens anymore in gameplays when they are just very interactive while just loading.
Alpha.
Oh, we're live.
Something tells me this is definitely LA.
One of zombie games does take place in New York. That'd be very fun to see. The map is pretty big. Okay, what's the objective? You can place waypoints on icon using A. They will appear on your compass. The icons are very small, but okay, gotcha. Available quests. Open the mansion gate.
70 Alpine Drive. I can cut through this place, nab some bits and bobs,
Needs
and roll
power.
out the other side to Emma's place. Ah, breaker missing. Pipe breaker, I see.
Metal parts. Metal kit. Metal crate. Protein bar. A pipe wrench. Which looks like it does more damage than whatever the hell I'm holding in my hand right now.
A pipe wrench.
A circuit breaker,
Just a
which
ticket.
we need. Wire. Scrap. What else can we find? Fabric. And take this guitar while we at it. Oh wait, what's this? A toolkit.
Job's a good one.
How's your week been,
Roll
Cat?
with the
What you been up
punches, my
to?
granddad used to
How
say.
do I change my weapon? Oh. Got my weapon broke. How do I change weapons? Inventory, quest, challenges, inventory. What do you mean swap? Okay, that's broken. The hell? No, I just want to use it. Ah, okay. Nice, okay. Protein bar? A golf club? That's fine, don't need that. Clock on the side of her head. You love to see it.
It's better. Of course it's locked.
Needs one sun matching keycard. Oh. Excuse me, lady. Always go for the head.
Yo, anybody home? Oh, bad juju.
Facts. Okay, I don't know what that is. Nothing bar. Energy drink. Oh shit, that's fire.
Man, you. I'm not a zombie.
Break into the panic
Anybody in
room.
there?
I'm gonna break into the panic room. Find and ensure the panel is connected to the door to release the lock. Did I just throw myself? Oh,
Experiment concludes that maglocks are foolery.
you can't move. I'm just clocking you over the head several times.
That's one less neighbor at book club this month. The house key card.
I can build stuff here, I'm assuming. Oh, a server room? What else can I take? Can't forget about the safe.
This isn't the mental picture I had of a paddock room.
I have no words for that. I don't know what to say.
Just nip through, out the garden gate, and Emma should be on the same street.
Oh, slow down, Missy. Slow down. Slow-mo kill. Alright, what can we hijack? What can we steal? Destroy the alarm box on a building to disable the alarm. Okay.
I love you, Mrs. Pipewrench, but Madam Sword's looking mighty fine.
There's a sword? Opens from the other side. I almost forgot something. What's this? Oh, electronics. Stop rattling the door. Quiet. Settle down. Oh, I can't run too fast.
Definite duvet, eh?
I can't run too fast or I start to get too hot and the bite starts to affect me. That's what it seems like, I guess. I don't want to go there yet. Can't go in there. Trying to see what I can find. I've still got to run, just not as much. Oh, what's the X? Ooh, fun. I need that protein bar real quick. Took her head off. Cool stick? That's not gonna do nothing. Oh, I thought that was something I could take. Energy drink? Just clocking the shot in. Well, I had this goofy music from some Japanese DJ that rotated on while I've been watching, and I was like, shit, I don't remember the soundtrack being this bad. It was like some cheap tune shit. It really didn't match them asshole. What? Where did you hear that from? Where did you hear that? Because it wasn't coming from the game. I hear a dog. Dog? Squirrel! Squirrel? Dog. Dog? Oh, I need a fuse. Where would I find a fuse? Find a way through the mansion.
I remember a time when you could just leave the
Needs
front door
code
open.
for... Okay. Find the back gate code.
What's of interest around here then?
You looked so much cooler with the hat on. I wish I... Damn it, and knocked it off. You looked disgusting. What else is here? What's this? Magazines
Somewhere
and
around here.
DVDs.
Boom.
Find safety at
This is
Emma's
a nice kitchen.
Jant's? This is in his kitchen.
Oh shit.
Oh, Shandy, did not see him. Stupid. My other weapon. What did I just click? I just clicked something. Oh, that's the map. I didn't mean to go there. Oh, that wasn't the map. I just turned off the flashlight. The sword. Am I ducking? I'm crouching. What's this? Scrap. What else is in this room? Cooking my fucking brain. Are you lit? What are you doing right now? What you up to? Trying to steal people's money. Alright, where are we going now? I can't jump in the pool?
Even I know electricity and water ain't a good mix.
Would it be wrong? That's a crazy sentence. Would it be wrong? Well, I think they just call necrophilia at the end of the day, so guess so. I guess it won't be right. I still want to know how to find this fuse. Yeah, this fuse. Can't just break the fucking window. In reality, everybody is most likely dead. You could just break in the whole, like the whole damn house. I don't think people will care either way. There won't be anybody to see you doing it. I just want to find the fuse, but let's not waste time. So. Open sesame.
Who's out there?
Jacob, bruv.
Your
From
mom.
the crash.
Oh, okay. Come in.
How long is this game? How do I...
Oh,
Jesus
I
Christ.
feel like shit.
Do you know how long this game is? 2 whole entrances, huh? $30? Nah. I'm walking, bro.
Oh, just get it all out of me. Both ends. Ah, fuck. Out the...
Get in. It's crazies everywhere. It's a miracle you didn't get bit.
You're this rich?
Ew, is that?
Had a bit of a man at the office, darling.
Boris, don't shoot. Get away from this house, you fool! What are you doing? Give me the gun! No! You have been bitten. You will turn. Eat us, I know. I've seen it now. Get away!
Freya! They were at the crash. I invited them. Just give me the...
No! I will not have this devil in my house!
Your house! You may have snuck your whole family in the moment I was gone, but this is still my home!
You abandoned me!
Well, I'm back now, and you are still my housekeeper, so give me the
Ooh.
bloody
Gun!
Yeah. You all happy now? Mine's a gin incredible.
Emma, we've got a problem. Our friend here has been bitten.
So? What the bloody hell does that mean?
It means he turned into a beast. We must kill him.
This is not a fucking movie. I'm not killing them.
It's definitely not my job description. Oh God. Are they turning? Oh, we're gonna be sick.
Shoot them!
They saved me somehow? Oh no, they just chased me up. They lashed me up.
Was I shot?
Michael fainted and the gun went off.
Excuse
Fucking
me.
idiot almost hit me.
And you simply had to take advantage. Hey, my fever's gone.
You do seem better. And the bite's healing too. But you're staying locked up.
But I feel dandy. That proves
No,
that...
it proves nothing, okay? I mean, people are eating each other out there, and no one knows anything about what's going on. And I can't get hold of my agent or my manager.
Look, you can let me out. I'm a good boy. Swear on my mum's grave. Bed by night.
Nice try. But trusting people never worked out too well for me. Can I ever get 2 minutes away from him?
They're surrounding the house. They're trying to get in.
Unlock my cuffs. I can help you.
Shit! Okay, they're toy cuffs. Just press the button.
That's hilarious. Imagine someone just fucks you that heavy. They just keep you locked up, and then they just tell you can't leave. But all in reality, you could just unlock yourself the whole time. That'd be traumatizing. That'd be really funny. I don't know what any of these do. Safety first, survivor skill card, up your defense game, a well-tamed block or dodge regains health. Okay. That's the survivor. Abilities, Slayer, and Newman. Okay. I can pick this up? Chemicals? Alright, I'm just taking my sweet time while they can go and deal with that outside. Do I still have my weapons? I do. Emma! Alright, what can I steal from here? What can I hijack? And drop out in the bell real quick. And just making a mess. Put all my bloody footprints on their sheets. Alright, now we can go help them.
They're getting closer.
What do we do?
Let me go talk to them.
Are you sure?
Take the gun!
Nah, you need it more than me.
Oh my God!
Open it! Give me it! Give me 5 minutes.
Okay. I had to defend the house by myself. I get no backup in this. Oh. My skill deck? Wait, what? My skill deck? Oh, I can drop kick these motherfuckers? Hell yeah, dude. Oh, I'm gonna have a blast with that move. Hell yeah. Oh, he's already dead. Okay, that was awesome. It was arrested.
Now there's someone
What?
that closed the gate
Okay.
in the first fucking place.
I was just standing there and they did not pop up. But alright. I like the sword.
silicone and shoddy wire.
I need a circuit breaker? Oh, of course. Okay, find a circuit breaker. Where are we gonna find a circuit breaker?
People going around pulling breakers. Now, viral spare.
I need that protein bar, please.
Looks promising.
Looks dangerous. Make sure there's no one hiding in the corner, you know? Is that a scrap? Alright, I gotta figure out how to put out that water. Oh, okay. I can just chuck it. Cool. I feel like that's important for something, but
They'll shout if it's something critical.
RT to attack with circuit breaker. Okay. I hope I didn't drop my sword. Get out of my way, ugly! Get back! Get back! That's a clip right there. That's very funny. Get the hell back.
Gonna cost getting it strong way back to presentable.
Shut the door!
Why don't you shut the door?
Are the devils gone?
All but
Shut
this
up!
one. Where's the last of us?
Why don't you go clean the house? That's crazy.
All good. You'll need a mop.
Yeah,
and
she
shot.
got dumb scared.
Thank you for going out there. God, this is beyond insane. I mean, I don't know how to do this. I'm not supposed to die here.
At least you'll die with me, Emma.
Oh, fantastic.
I don't think she wants
no,
that
what I
either.
mean to say is you're not dying. Not with me around. Now,
I
since
think
the
she's
health
stronger
of
than
our
you are,
possibly
bro.
undead friend here is-
You literally
can't verify
screamed her
that,
name.
okay? Since your health is a question, we need a lead person here, a lead protector. And Emma, I'll be your protector.
I think she's protecting you more.
I'll get in.
Oh, hello.
Who is this dude?
Shout out this
Sam B.
is with pleasure.
Don't touch her!
Sam?
You hear that 8-ball line? I saw the cue. Nailed it. You're shocked, I get it. I couldn't exactly call ahead.
No. Or call any time in the past 15 years since you popped out to the store.
Ooh.
I think we should talk about this later. I'm here to get you out of
Please,
here.
Emma is a huge star. Her fans are probably crowdfunding for her rescue right now.
My phone
Yes,
sucks.
City's locked tight. Being famous don't count for shit. Lucky for you, I've been through this before.
No one's been through this before.
Guess again. This zombie shit happened twice already. All got covered up. But I survived. You wanna know how? I'm immune.
Big deal. So are they.
Huh?
This motherfucker.
This motherfucker. So you're not special,
This
and
motherfucker.
we're doing fine. Thanks.
I'm immune.
You still need me. I killed more zombies than you got shoot.
So what exactly is your plan for getting us out of here?
I'm still working out the details.
We don't need him.
And you know you do.
I'm immune.
Fine, you can stay. Everyone
What
else
the
has moved in,
fuck
so
is
why
wrong
not
with
you?
Twitch?
I'll show you where you're sleeping. This way.
What does he mean being famous doesn't count for shit? How ridiculous!
New survivor card unlocked.
I
Cool.
need to talk to Sam.
I just want to see how far I can get in like a couple hours. Nothing I can take. Pick Sam's brain. In my way, bro. Run your pop. Where's Sam? Sammy boy.
This couch was hand-stitched by blind Andalusian monks. My doctor.
How do I talk to you?
I'm sure.
How do I talk to you?
Damn, girl.
I will say a prayer for sure, but today, I think.
Sam, we need to contact the authorities. Tell them we're immune.
Sure, if you want to get dissected.
Nah, bro. We be like superheroes. We be like VIPs.
RIPs. Emma's got 6 months of food in the basement. We can wait it out here.
The city's dead. LA's lost. Full quarantine. Our evacuation flight was shot down for fuck's sakes. I'm gonna fight my way out.
You're immune. You ain't bite-proof.
They're slow and dumb. I know I can handle myself.
You don't know shit. Out there, you gotta be a mechanic, medic. Jackie fucking Chan rolled into one.
Check, check, and check. Looks like I'm ready to roll.
Alright, it's your ass. Hey,
Our
if you're going out
character
there,
is
you're
very
gonna need
cocky.
some special sauce. Grab that machete. Okay, this is how you give us some spice. You'll need parts though. Take some of this shit lying around here.
I have a bunch of shit.
You really came for
Help
Emma.
yourself to name a parts you
Literally
can
walked into
use
hell.
or repurpose at the workplace.
Never left her. It was a job. Alright, use the workbench and let's get cooking.
This workbench is filthy. Get to know your new best friend and workbench. I'm hungry. Okay. I'm like, how do I get to the workbench? Only uncommon, rare, or superior weapons can be customized. Use workbenches to repair your weapons and customize them with the fascinating effects and bonuses. Hold to fabricate. You have one blueprint so far for the electrical router mode you just fabricated. Once you have a blueprint, you can fabricate its mod or perk onto it as many weapons as you want, as long as you have the parts. Okay. Now I can add a perk to it. New mods and perks. Got it. So we just did that. We can do that. And sturdy handle. That's locked. Increased damage. Shock damage and electrified. What the hell is it? A rack age machete. Okay. What else can we spruce up real quick? Can we spruce up the sword? We can't. Alright, that was fun.
You hit a zombie with that, the motherfucker's gonna stay here.
Okay. Cheers. This is a step up from using a cutlery.
I agree.
Going out there, I got some stuff you need.
What's Carlos stuff? You can hold on to that thought, Carlos.
Don't
Is-
worry, all the doors are locked. Nothing's getting in.
I want to see if I could have get that fuse. What you want, Carlos?
Think some of this meat is bait. It's just meat, but the zombies go for it. Saved my life getting here. I got some meds you can have too. Just maybe next time, you give me something in return, huh?
It's always a trade, isn't it? Always a damn trade. Always a damn trade. What should we give him? What the hell is this? Meat bait. Am I buying things off him? I think I'm buying things off him. I am buying things off him. Instructions for the fabrication of medikits at a workbench. Medikits immediately boost health and use. Okay, gotcha. I am buying things with him. Okay. Shit better be free, motherfucker. Inventory free.
Thanks, Carlos. This is an interesting thing you've created. I'm sure it'll be very handy. I'm gonna make sure Emma's okay.
I'm gonna turn off my air conditioning real quick.
Am I going to end up in some dead fam's stomach? You won't let that happen, will you?
If I'm immune, then I'm contacting the authorities.
Sam doesn't trust me.
Okay, well, that's his problem. I'm getting out of here.
We all want to leave. You wouldn't believe what we had to pay to get on that plane. We're stuck here.
Nah, we make our own way
I
out.
can't just jump in a car and go. The roads are all blocked. I saw videos of cars getting swarmed. You might as well put wheels on a coffin.
Yeah, true.
There's millions of those things out there.
Nigga go out touch some grass will.
Face it. We
I
need
need
a
to.
helicopter to get out. And
I'm
everyone
going
else
outside
has one
tomorrow.
already fucked off in it.
Come on, we're gonna escape.
I'm going out tomorrow. I have something to take care of. And who
We were
knows?
supposed to report to the helper in hotel
Let's see what happens.
if Robert hadn't made other arrangements.
What the hell are they doing across the street?
Huh?
Our marriage was just PR, okay?
Aren't they all? Look, I'm getting out of LA. End of.
Hey. Don't forget your friends if you do find a way out.
Copy, Emma. The house is locked up tight, but Michael can let you out the back door. Is it downstairs again? Rise of the God Spider. That sounds like a dog shit movie.
I'm gonna check out the local evac muster point at the Halperin Hotel. If there's help anywhere, it'll be there.
Yes, good. Exactly what I was going to tell you to do. All part of my survival plan. Oh, you'll need keys to get out here. Just tell them Emma Jaunt and her staff need to be evacuated immediately. Okay?
I'll bring the cavalry, if there's any cavalry left.
I do need to touch some grass. I don't go outside enough.
Come on, Mom. Throw some angels my way.
Slay together in LA. You have unlocked co-op play, join forces with your friends, or jump in with others, have hours to explore LA together. That's crazy. It looks like it gets dirty really fast. Can I stop on his head? Nice.
This'll have him shambling my way.
What the hell? What's that? Hold on. I was just talking to my mom. Damn, that's I miss shit. Here you go. Can you block it? Oh, what was that? Oh. Didn't mean to throw that. I did not know that's how you throw things. What? That was kind of a waste. Oh, it can regenerate itself. Hold on. High kicks, high kicks. Can you open the cars? Oh, we better have a party! Okay. That wasn't a party at all. That was just like a small gathering. What can I do with these car batteries? Just chuck it at people. Oh wait, throwable items like this are called curveballs. They recharge over a short time before they can be used. Can I throw into the into this thing? What's gonna happen? I kicked him over! Damn it! I'm trying to kick someone into it. Because I just want to see what happens. Get kicked into it. Oh no, it died. I was going too crazy without healing myself. And my weapon is dying. Yeah. I was going a little bit too ham. But I think they were dead. I know they're not. They all came back alive. I thought you can like block, but I guess you can aim it. Dash backwards and things like that. Or like dash forward. You turn off now, you bastard. Thank you.
Can't wait for that IRL stream, Ninja Dendy Face.
It's coming. It's coming. When you don't have money to run the streets of Manhattan, can't really do much besides just like, you know, walk around and like talk and shit. Which there's nothing wrong with that. So let's see what happens. I got you there. Don't worry. I'm not. How did I die? I didn't even know I was dying. I'm just not paying attention to when I need to heal. Oh, wait, what the? I went this way?
Hello? Don't run away. We need to help each other.
Did I get turned around? Tell the authorities.
Can anybody hear me? Hello?
Remove the battery in the car. Okay. How did I end up over here? That's what I want to know. How do I get out? How do I take out the car battery? Just want to chuck it at somebody's face. That was so bad. Calm down. Okay, how do I heal myself? I think I just healed myself. Honestly, can't even tell you. Tell the authorities. I'm gonna talk to the authorities. Ooh, tire iron. Okay, that's strobing. I'd rather have the tire iron. Give me the tire iron. Can I go in here? Can. I want to play tennis. Yeah, I used to like playing tennis. Very fun sport, but very active. Damn, I died fast. Wait, so where's my health bar? Is that my health bar? That's not my health bar. That's the bar for the weapon. So how do I know I'm dying? And I keep spawning in random spots, which I don't like. It gets me confused. And they just spawn me closer to where I need it to be. I'm gonna go to this. Well, that was fun. Fuck the authorities. There was a map in this game. Where did I tell the authorities? Bro, are you telling me to go that way? I went that way. What are you telling me? How do I pull up the map? I don't know. No. Okay. Oh, you look like the Crypt Keeper. Oh, that's why I died. It's like a boss level zombie. Or some shit like that. Yeah, it's a boss level zombie, that's why I died. That was a fucking disaster. She can't move, I keep stunning her. She just did a dive roll. Killed the coach. And I got the coach's car keys. Bro, I burned her alive. Well, she was already dead, so. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm not going out there again. But I don't know what to tell the authorities you need. Is the coach dead? Yeah, the coach is dead. It's just to have the coach's car keys. I'm glad you don't take fall damage. So I'm really going. Oh my god, can I attract electricity to the sword?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Did someone require Zompocalypse survival services?
Ah, good. Finally, some life out there. You're not much to look at, but I'll take a chance on
Rude!
you. Say, you seen another kid out there?
Another kid? I'll have you know I'm a reasonably responsible adult.
Damn. Must have thought I was shooting at her and got spooked. Listen, if I get the gate, can you search the front? You find that girl, you bring her around back, and we'll straighten this thing out. Just watch out for the other trespassers. They might. Hey, get out of there, you scourge of Satan!
Okay, I'll buy it. But thank you, thank you. No, really, you are too kind. Hey, stop that! Yeah, now, this place is a bear pit.
Well, she's already died, so. Where does the zombie go?
Oh, Jay, always late to the party.
I backed up right at a good time.
Find that girl.
Hey, nah, I was too slow.
Son of a bitch! Well, I say, it's about time we sent these party crashers back to hell. Oh, you got some nice moves, kid.
I do. I get the moves. I don't have guns in this game? Okay. They're walling. I need all the energy. I need to visit another workbench. That doesn't sound pleasant.
Is this a shortcut I see before me? Locked. Maybe a way inside from up top?
That was satisfying. I love the drop kicking. The drop kicking fun. Stay down.
Okay, which of you lucky people has a key pass?
Silky card for the goat pen. What the fuck that means? Need a key card. The goat pen. Ah, it's like a YouTube channel. I don't know why I did that. Is he dead? Should be. Knocked him out a couple times. Oh my god, DDR. Am I just supposed to just find it? You stay over there for right now. I'm looking for something. Gotta find this key card. Where's my health bar? Oh, on the top left corner.
Et voilà, le keycard de home help.
Sure. I hear someone else. I don't know where they are. Get wrecked! Just opening everything. This flies all over this place. Where did you come from? Sounds like you're choking. Parkour!
Back on track. Result.
Fucking hell. Get out of my face. What was that? I don't even know if we even did everything, because I don't even know how to check the map. Found the map. The death of the party side quest. The workbench. Okay, what's all this? Fuse box, trader, workbench, storage locker. Okay, lockbox. Oh, I let her die by accident. Zone exit, fuse box, workbench. Not yet discovered. Okay. And the penny goat. Oh, I got a new skill card. I don't know how to use my. I don't know how to use them. Sure. I feel like there's more things to do though, but. Dude, she got messed up. That's the thumbnail. Make contact with the authorities to help
Just
her
past that house
hotel.
where I took too many lewds and followed through in the jacuzzi. Please say the rest of you boys are in better shape.
Well, if we need a better weapon, I don't know how much. There's something good in here at least. Oh, workbench, okay. Can I get my sword back? Repair. Upgrade. It goes down in power. Convert your weapon to obstruct shock damage and give a minor damage boost. Okay. Let's upgrade the tire iron. It can also apply shock too, which is pretty interesting. I feel like we should just save up stuff. I want my repair cost. No, it calls Officer's Sword. That's the name of it. Officer's Sword. I like that weapon. We just repair it. We won't use any of our resources just yet. Can I still pick this up, throw it at them? Yes, I can. Eat my electrical box. And my battery. There you go. And what does this do to them? Assuming you can throw this at them and set them on fire. But I don't have any fire. Oh, they can just slip, I guess. I guess they can just slip. I don't know. Medkit? Generator? Oh, okay, cool.
Fuck! The quake hit hard here.
I didn't want to pick that up. Damn, that shit does nothing. Can you get in the bus? No, you can't. Oh, wait. Is there another battery? We already used one battery. Can we find another one? If they don't spot me, they all climbing out, aren't they? They're all climbing out, god damn it. Just want a battery, I just want to throw it in there. I need like a truck battery.
The Halperin Hotel.
God damn it, I know. Why doesn't no one have a battery besides that one car? Dude, this sword is awesome. Sword's sick. And that was, oh, that wasn't all of them. I have nowhere to blow that up, and it kind of makes me sad. I can't even hear myself. Can't hear myself. Passengers. There's not one battery I can take. I know this is just really unnecessary, but wow, there's not one battery I can take. Okay, no, you know what? Whatever, dude. Just wanted to find a battery if I can just throw it in that pool of water, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. What's in here? Don't get up. Stay down. Come on, make my dreams come true. Show me a battery. Nope. I can only repair it when I'm at the workbench.
Not an auspicious vibe.
It would be nice if somebody would drop a med pack, you know? Are you... I'm gonna die, chat. At least a med pack, bro. Jesus Christ. I honestly don't know what that for. Oh, this? No. Not even that one opened the door. What opens this? Pick it up. Locked by... Oh, Maglock. Okay. What's down here? I had a flashlight? Oh, there we go. Whoa, okay, he was a hot... Okay. He was very high ranking. He just took me out in one hit. Okay, one thing I don't like is that they will fast travel you closer to where you need to be, which I kind of don't like. Like, I just want to explore the world. Don't force me to stay on track, you know? God damn it. Get out of my face. I just keep fighting them. Okay, they spawned me where I wanted to be spawned, thank you. I just keep killing zombies. Just keep getting sidetracked. Just focus on the mission. But the point of the game is to kill as much zombies. So don't you just want to do that all day? Just kill as much zombies? Ain't that the whole part of the game? Blackface, what's good, bro? How you doing? Stand down, woman. Where are they coming from? Are they all just reawakening? All of them? Are they all dead? I think that's all of them. Because they would just literally come out of nowhere. Why can't you just climb the window?
Maybe there's some grunts holed up inside. Someone didn't want anybody or anything to get out.
I could at least fucking find some heals, bro. Fuck, I was trying to drop kick everybody. I was so close to tapping that so she hit me. Go back to your crypt tomb. Fuck.
shit is how I describe the outlook so far.
Someone alive? Sounds like a
Finally.
radio.
We made it out alive. Yeah, whatever.
I need that radio.
Needs the Major's master key. That's a terrible name.
Who the? How does she know I'm here? What?
Oh, that's my
I
name.
need that radio, and this major will let me in, or else.
You thought you had me.
I'm coming for you, Major J.S. Booker.
Yeah, that's a dumb name. It's a stupid name.
Lovely holiday ambiance they got in here. Oh, holy fuck. Big bad juju. This was an evac center, but this looks like something else.
This looks crazy.
Caustic X? Industrial alkali in industrial quantities. Heavy duty pump.
That's not good. Toxicals. You need a key to open them. These are carried by named zombies. Wander around. Look carefully at keys to work. Okay.
They were pumping something straight down the drain. Fuck! They were dissolving people! And when the pool got too full of meat slurry, they just pumped it into the sewer system?
Seems so. Seems that way.
Someone had to do something unspeakable. And it was your watch, so you did your duty. Heads up, Jay.
Oh! Fuck! Oh, come on. I mess up all my drop kicks now. Alright, guys, I'm sorry. Are they smart enough to run? Where are they? There's like 5 of them. Where's the rest of them? Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck, bro. Who? How many people can fight a handful of zombies with just a damn tire iron? It's not realistic enough. I got a crowbar?
Heads up, Jay.
I could have grabbed the med kit! I could have grabbed the med kit. I was doing really good.
Heads up, Jay.
I can't jump over the fucking glass. At least I'm doing better than the last 2 times. I just need them in the pool. I love how the dropkick is just not doing it no more. Is that all of them? Oh god, we did it.
Room 307. Major, I'm coming up there and we are gonna share a bowl.
I want to kill her. Confront. How do you get in here? Who are you?
Probably a set of service stairs at the back of the hotel.
I don't care about that. I just need a workbench. Came through here already.
Hold on, she ain't talking to me. She's talking to somebody else.
She's not talking to me, right?
Oh man, someone's big day got stamped into the dirt. Stairs. That's a
Sit
start.
there like a man. While I died. Oh god. I didn't know this was gonna be this much. Jeez. I just jump over it. I guess that helped.
The 200s. Next floor should be the 3s.
Pick it up. What the hell? You just exploded? All my weapons are done. This chem bomb.
Someone's still burning things down.
What the hell? Okay, how do I get through here? Oh. Is this woman good? What's wrong with her? Open sesame. Housekeeping. Incest. You're eating your own blood, your own brother, kind. What is happening in here? Yeah, that's like poop marks. Did you know when blood gets cold, it turns like blue, black? It's pretty cool. That was the lowest drop kick you'll probably ever seen. Shut up. I just got engulfed in flames? What the hell? What is this carry shit? What's going on? Don't go next to the oil. That won't be good. Fuck this carry shit right now. I just got burned out of nowhere. So we couldn't make it worse. But we did. Nice. Is there even anything in here I can take? Does it even look like it? Oh. Fuck. Okay. move this lamp out the way? You really can't move the lamp out the way. I got something. I don't know what I got. Oh, I got a sludge hammer. Sludge hammer. This lamp?
Too dangerous. Unless I can cut the power.
Get up to the third floor. Iron again. Inventory full. We made it! I definitely... a sword. The tire, no, the crowbar. And the officer's sword thing. We have two of them? We can definitely drop all these. We can make these all into scrap. No. I'm gonna upgrade this again. Wait, what's match level? Oh. Oh, nice. More damage. Still? Oh, it takes it down? Okay. I can do match level for slaughtering claws. Which I don't think I will ever use, but and try. Uncommon melee impactor mod. Okay. Don't know what that means at all, but sure. What should we upgrade? We can't do the sword? Oh wait, yes we can. We can't do the force. I guess that's it. What was this? Storage locker. Oh, how you get these? I want the plaid, perfect. That's just punk right there. Little alternative. I'm not trying to open that. Only 3. Nah, my tire iron is stronger. Jug of
Fuck it.
water.
Go outside, take a break. Come back when I can be asked.
Okay. Needs a major master key. I can't do that. Get. How do I get to the third floor? There's a lot more scraps. Something to do with the power. What's the map? As soon as you find the zombies with the key that lose yours. Storage long range. Not yet discovered. Locked door on pocket. To them, it's from what it looks like from the. What the fuck? It's a cursor that is tripping me out. So I'm right here. I need to go down this hall. I'm assuming. I don't know if that's where I need to go. Nothing here. God, it's a blobfish, but in human form. I love how I keep missing. Still no key, huh? I gotta go upstairs. But now I'm just backtracking because I don't know how to go upstairs. So I'm just looking for if I miss if I miss something. Doesn't feel like I did though. I'm not sure. That was sick. Got the keys. That doesn't still mean we can go to the 3rd floor though. But we got keys. To what? Don't really know. Did all this shit already. Damn it, how did I miss completely that time? Completely miss. I went in both these rooms. Still didn't find anything. His wife came to play. What does he have to do every time? Quite annoying. Okay, I clearly don't know how to get to the 3rd floor. It'd be nice if there was a map of like the building itself on the wall.
Power lever for the
I never
whole
held
floor.
it down. Oh wow. Well, God, let's edit it out because that was so
Lovely.
dumb of me. I didn't know you had to hold it. I thought I could just click it. I hate how close you have to be to pick up freaking items. That's just annoying.
3rd floor. Kitchen.
Right, that took me way too long to figure out.
Going up.
Just because I didn't hold down the the stupid lever. The only reason why that took me so long.
These tremors, the quakes, the sinkholes. It's all centered on this hotel.
I'm supposed to crouch?
Smash my way through.
Okay, I don't think that's gonna work. Well, he did say smash our way through, so I'm assuming. Oh, smash this. I think he's okay. That's sexy.
Fuck. Time is running out for Major B.
Eat my heart out, baby. Enjoy it.
Locked. Fuck. Come on, Jay. Think around the problem. There you go. Just crawl through a claustrophobic death duct.
Exactly. That scared the shit out of me. I wasn't expecting there to be a zombie. But I don't know why I did. When they bring all up in the vents from the beginning.
Right, let's reappraise the situation. Something big just fucked up Booker.
I'm surprised I didn't die from that. Like, that was like right in my face. Miss your friends? Yeah, they died. It smells like a boy's fucking boss out there, bro. All these flies and shit around. All mine. Thank you for trading with me. I take all your goods while you get nothing. And he scores! And he, oh, miss. Imagine doing that to someone in real life. That must be so intense and so personal. So personal. Like, that's crazy. Why is it sparkling? Don't forget about the bathroom. Okay. Where's all my lady friends at?
Holy fuck. Oh, I'm sorry, Major. You held the line. I respect that. But I have to take your key.
Oh, she did. She done. Where's the key?
Gotta move.
Alright, well, before we do that. With a slush hammer, but that shit's slow as hell, bro. Machete. You got a shovel? That's worth the 119 damage. 118, sorry, 118. Ooh, 145, let's go. Physical damage and force boost.
Back to the ballroom and hope that thing doesn't get a scent of me.
What thing? I want it. No. Scraps. Scrappity scraps. Hello. Is that too much? Did I go a little bit tad far there?
Music.
We do hear music.
Power cables torn.
Did I drop this? I don't want this no more.
Lateral thinking.
I just made the whole floor electrified. That's not how a fucking elevator works. Well, it could. That noise? Don't want to hear it. Terrifying.
Here we go.
Can you like close the door though? Can you like close the door though?
Oh man. They chloroformed them, then dumped them in a pool of caustic X. Those poor bastards were dissolved alive.
What would you have done? Okay, it seems like there's gonna be like a big battle because there's a lot of water around. And a lot of medkits. And weapons. Some high grade weapons. A lot of energy. And protein bars. And my dick. I know why. I know I said that. That was stupid. That was so dumb. Let's take that back. I'm sorry.
Come in, fella.
I hear you. I'm Dr. Reed. Did you hear my message? Where are you?
Hello, I'm Jacob, hotel in Bel Air, trying to reach the authorities.
Well, you sort of have. I'm part of the CDC team in LA. I was anyway. Are you, do you think you might be infected?
Quite the fucking opposite, mate. A mutton brain chewed on me, but I got better.
You got bit. Oh my God.
Worth something, right? Mum always said I was special.
Oh, it's worth something, all right. We've been looking for you. Well, someone like you for our vaccine program.
That's lovely. I'm just gonna put you on hold.
Hey, wait! I need you! You have to get here! Hello? Hey! You have to get here! Can you hear me?
It's a buff woman.
Hey! I never caught a bouquet.
And she still has tits. So I don't think any guy would mind. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to see what she gonna do, you know? Why is she not getting electrocuted? Fuck out of here. There's really not that much stuff to like really grab, I guess. Oh, she rage. He's in a rage. Happy man. Caught her. She's done for. She's done for. Caught her in the stream. I caught her with the lightning. She's done. She's done. She can't move no more. She's done. You're over. Ability unlocked. Ground pound. Let's go.
Dr. Reed?
That took me a minute.
We can swap stories later. Listen, I'll be bringing a group of us. I'll be in touch.
Okay. It's vital you stay alive.
Glad you agree. Okay, I've got to bounce. Later, Doc. Right.
That was a one
Back to
try
this
too.
joint.
That was a one-time fight. I want to go to the bench. That shit far. You know what? Let's go to the bench. Can we even still go to the bench? I don't know. Never mind. That's just gonna waste a lot of time.
If I can get everyone at Emma's to come, I bet we can make it to Santa Monica alive.
Head back to ballet. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I ain't really trying to fight and die right now. Ballet. Excuse me guys, I'm coming through. I got some important business to take care of. Oh, there's a brute. There's brutes now? The brute don't give up. You don't care. You don't give two shits. And you can't knock him down either. But you can hit his kneecaps. And they're slow. So I don't really think this would be a much problem fighting him. But so far, this game is great. Really fun. You just get to knock a bunch of zombies in the head, but you do die pretty fast. Especially I am playing as Jacob.
Here we are again. Emma's gonna be ecstatic. The entourage will follow, and we can all toddle our way to Santa Monica like a Von Trapp homage.
I don't know what any of that meant, but alright. New side quest. Clickbait. What the hell's happening?
Another plucky survivor.
Can't even get up the stairs. Too many glass windows. Makes it look like you can just walk through shit. Head back to Emma with news. Get wrecked by my pipe. What's that? See a big guy? No, he's over 5. Stupid. Oh. Oh, he's level 8. He's easy. Easy. Got the keys from him too. Thank you. Up there looks crazy. I'm going back to baby mama Emma. Am I going the right way? I am not. It looks like I was. Trying to take your wallet, woman. This is full of flies on him and shit. It's a zombie apocalypse, not a party. Why are there a bunch of lights everywhere?
Darlings, 'tis I, the hero of the fucking hour.
I'm home.
Hello?
Where's my baby mama?
Why you keep asking me about Emma?
Go away.
We're gold. I made contact with CDC.
Are they coming to rescue us?
No, but there's a quack in Santa Monica. We have to pack light.
We? What's this we?
Get this. Humanity's survival depends on the red gold pumping through my veins.
Really?
The world needs a savior. I'm it. And you're hitching a ride on my coattails, etc., etc.
Etc., etc.
Sounds like you're the star of the show now. Break a leg.
Look, I'm high on adrenaline, hope, and a smidge of pant-blasting terror. But we can get out of here. All of us. Together.
There's no way you'll get Sam to go. He's made that very clear.
Yeah, I can't, but you can. A dash of jaunty whatnot, right?
I'm not a total egomaniac. I don't know why you think Sam would risk everything for me.
Oh, come on, he's hooked, line, and plonker.
He had his chance.
Don't make me beg like him. I'm trying to save you.
This is too big. I'm not doing anything till I talk to Michael. I'm surprised he hasn't stuck his nose in already.
Right, I'll drum up the committee. But remember, I'm not begging.
New jump kick skill card unlocked.
Robert insisted. Turns out the idiot did something useful for once.
Can link to Michael to help you. God damn it, Michael, you gotta help me.
Sam really thinks he can just waltz back into my life and I'll just forgive everything.
That's between you two. Nothing to do with that.
Michael?
That stays between you and him. I just want to sell all the weapons I'm not using. So all the ones that are like pretty low. Well, shit, none of them are low. They're all pretty high weapons. Well, besides these two. Everything else is pretty high. How many mechas I have? I currently have 0. You will need fuses to reach the loop protected by fuse boxes scattered around. He even gives you it. That's pretty nice. Bro, I just need some medkits. You can only buy 4. I'll take 4. No, I just want to sell them. Can't sell it to him. So 74. So was he just right here? Where the fuck he go? Where's this man at?
Michael? Michael? Fella? You here?
Oh, Michael boy. Where did this man go? This is why I don't understand about buying big houses like this. This is confusing as all hell. I would get lost in a heartbeat. Where's this man? Oh.
You tried his room? Go down here, take the stairs on the right. This place is fucking huge, huh?
That's what I'm saying, dude. Go down the stairs and take a room on the right. What the fuck? What's the statue, brother? I was down here. Why did I listen to him? I was already down here. I should not have listened to him. He's not there, Ronnie. Because I checked.
Michael's room.
I think he went.
Mikey?
Oh, he left.
Devil.
Me? Devil?
Oh, girl. And after everything he's done for her. No, that's it. It's time we had a talk, and don't.
Whoa, slow down. Oh, you're well tight. Where's Michael?
Gone. Out there.
Why we go up there?
Really?
Stupid.
What did you expect? He was a supporting lead. Then this, Joe and Sam, and suddenly, poof, he's written out.
Where's he gone?
Get off me! Somewhere, I don't know. To get her to notice him again.
Is there anybody in this nut house not beholden to that self?
Hey! You don't get to talk about her, okay? You know nothing about Emma.
Does anybody? Okay, look. We need to find Michael.
Why'd you care?
Because there's no me in team. We need him. We need everyone.
I wonder if he would... He took his kids to his place in the hills.
Great, the full tour.
God moves in some really fucking mysterious ways sometimes. Perdóname, Dios.
Oh, Mikey. Damn it. Be back before you know I'm gone. With Michael.
And I will pray. For
Sure, you
Michael.
do that.
Jolly good.
You go do that. Tomb of the Tiger Queen. What are these movies, dude? Who is making these movies and letting them fly?
Sam wants some gun. Got any ideas?
Yes, but not now, alright? I gotta find Michael.
I gotta find Michael. In this pitch ass night, I'm by myself. Okay, you looked at way too happy to see me. And you need to get back. With the slow-mo ass shot? Crazy. Okay, nice. Completed. He broke his neck. You heard that? I beat you silly, son. Hey, bro! Still got hands, bro. Alright, let's go fix that real quick. I'm gonna go fix my crowbar. You have to be super close to pick things up, which always annoys me in these types of games. Look at that. So much in here, damn. Can I take that protein bar? Oh, battery generator. I thought I didn't. I didn't. Okay, we can't have this weapon be this low. We need to go fix it. Get out of here. Oh, the door's open. Oh, door's open. I need to go fix my weapons. Am I even going the right way? I don't even know. Why should look mad cool though? Okay, now there's more of them. I was just trying to bring my weapons back to life. I'm This mansion is confusing. What the hell, man? Why do people want to live in super big houses when they damn well know it's gonna be like you, your husband, and like one child? Like, bro, this shit's like a fucking maze. I'm such a common man. This is just absurd. Did they block it off or something? I think they blocked it off. I don't know how to. I found it. The shovel is pretty handy. Upgrade. Oh, we can do fire. Uncommon melee. Cremator mod. I'm gonna do fire. Fire sword, electric sword. This is sick. They got a flame sword. Anime shit right here. Okay, we can go back into to what we were doing, which is going to look for Michael. I don't really want to fight that much zombies, so I don't want to waste all of my weapons. We do need to level up at the same time. So I guess we can just pick our battles. Where the? Oh. I love how they're wearing like jerseys and shorts and headphones. It's like these people turned while they were doing what they were doing, and pretty cool.
That looks like the route to Beverly Hills. Come on.
I mean, right there. This looks like a lot. You're still not dead after all that? That's crazy. Okay, I can't really see anything. Literally can't see anything.
That's the stuff.
force her to be the pickup shit.
All's well that ends well.
I guess sound like a dead zombie too. I feel like this is not gonna be good.
Here I come.
We fast traveled 2 times so far. This game is fast paced and I love it. See all the blood detail. Are we outside now? Like where are we? We're in Bel Air. Check in from Michael's home.
Ah, blissful suburbia. Let's hope Michael's just
Beverly
mowing the
Hills.
lawn.
Huh? You can't jump on the van? How about said? I want
Michael's
to see
place
if I
is
can
there, yeah?
fight her. I'm gonna try to fight her real quick. Get on the damn van. Alright, did not know there's like five of them. I thought it was only her. Damn, I got set up. I got set up hard. Look at his nice home in the
Here we
middle
go.
of
Le house de Michael.
whatever this is. Oh my god! Ew! This is gross.
Well, something's attracting those munchers.
Get your head chopped off. Left him crippled. Look at that. He crippled. I'm just toying with him.
Yellow. Fairly fresh. Some mental Hollywood careers undressed. Dead zom and a blood trail. All this blood, Michael. Michael? You in there, mate? Signed vinyl OSTs. Where would you put house keys?
That's a cool decoration.
Jessie's note says she hung up the keys, but no joy. Where are they?
Literally all the same thing. fuck is that from? Where'd that come from? Like, where'd that come from? I didn't even see nobody until that man's head just popped out of nowhere. I guess it's not in the main house. Jesus! Oh, just waiting for him. Trying to throw her in the fire. But she's just taking too long to get up, so. Is this also his house? Back here too? Way too close. I'm just running around at this point. It's one big loop. Knocked him the hell out.
Where would you put house keys?
Up your ass.
Jesse's note says she hung up the keys, but no joy. I see. Keys got knocked off the hook in the struggle. Okay, Michael. Bloody hell!
Michael could be dead.
Yeah, Michael. It looked like survivors had raided your house.
Yes, they have. Nice! Full kicked out the window.
No, Michael. Which means he could still be alive. Maybe he went to Jesse's.
Oh, hey, Michael? This is Roxanne Kwan. If Jess is there studying, could you tell her to be back here by 8? I don't want her to miss the party. Probably best you don't come, though. After, you know. Okay. Bye.
Jessie Kwan. She might know where Michael is. Bingo. Jessie Kwan lives just up the street.
Let's go find Jesse.
Michael left via the window. Well, when in Rome.
Indeed. Is Jesse home? Okay, wasn't inspections of well.
Sorry, zombie. Party's over.
To wear panties.
I'm no zombie.
Pizza.
Hey, do you have pizza?
If I do, you'll let me in.
Yeah. Well, if I open this door, a whole load of zombies might rush in, and I'm pretty sure that's a bad thing.
So, close the gate. Et voila.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're having this big party, right? And some of the guys, not me, were hiding on the gate, and it broke. Now, there's a whole bunch of spares in the garage, but it's like full of riffraff.
Okay. Subtle hint taken.
Oh, killer. I'll hit the garage button. You bounce the party crashers and fix things up. And then, dude, mi casa is your casa. Hey, Roxy, we got company. Find your jeans.
Fuck is my underwear?
Now there's a poke in Darwin's eye.
He's wearing them.
Hello, riffraff.
We gotta fix the gate for these losers.
Nice. Every zombie in the neighborhood will try to crash this gate.
Oh, I couldn't make it.
Okay, new tactic. Close the gates first, then the mop up the stragglers.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna find a circuit breaker.
I shall retrieve this stolen antique sword and do my utmost to return it to its rightful owner. Eventually.
Okay, they didn't do anything. Damn!
Sorry, zombie. Party's over.
Hello, riffraff. Nice. Every zombie in the neighborhood will try to crash this gate. Okay, new tactic. Close the gates first, then mop up the stragglers.
God damn it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Sorry, zombie.
Hello, riffraff.
There's not even anything here for me to
Nice.
use.
Every zombie in the neighborhood will try to crash this gig. Oh. Okay, new tactic. Close the gates first, then mop up the stragglers.
There's not one medikit.
Gotcha.
I'm not losing this fight again. Give me my weapon back. These people are so dumb. I hate them. I want them to die by the zombies. Stupid. Look at them, they're so dumb. Full on. Oh, she didn't hit the water though. Get in the water. Get in the water. Get panties meant to let you win. Definitely what he's wearing.
Lock the bloody door, people.
Hey, fighting zombies in the yard.
Do I have pizza?
All right.
pizza?
I am this close.
Sorry, man. Big evacuation party, you know. Oh, shit. We gotta get to the evac. Roxy! Roxy, hey! Come on, babe. No time to sleep. We gotta evacuate. Hey, Jesse, pack your shit. We're going.
Ralph, you missed the evacuation.
Oh, my fucking skull. Boom! God's a whiskey.
Slept through another alarm. Hey, at least we got supplies for a few months.
Nice. No worries about food.
Food?
Okay, we're done. Michael Anders. Where is he?
What do you want with that stiff?
They don't get along. You don't call the lead singer of Gods and Whiskey a has-been.
Damn right.
The correct term is was-been.
Baked bean.
Dead bean.
Okay. Jesse might know.
Oh, she's not here. Huh. I'm not getting that feeling of disapproval.
Another note.
Dear Mother, if you must have sex at 3 in the morning, please can you refrain from moaning and screaming quite so loudly?
That was you. Say she's gone up the hill to help a friend.
Your daughter's out there, alone.
Hey, she's smart. She's in med school.
You're
You're sneaky too. Every time I turn around, it's like, whoa, she's right there.
I've got to find her.
Ah, cool. Looks like we're gonna have the place to ourselves.
No. I need to get my head together.
Hey, come on, she's gonna be okay. They're gonna find her. Come on, let's like plan and shit.
Yeah, play to our strengths. Thanks. Let's hear your big plan then.
Let me see Jesse's note.
Yeah, cool. It's on the floor there.
She likes hanging out with construction workers.
Oh yeah, they were renovating one of the big houses up the hill, and the crew will hold up inside. You can't miss it.
Bro, this place is a trash heap. Jesus Christ. Fuck oceans, okay?
Righto. Catch you later.
There was one back here this whole time? Wow. Right back over. Bench. There's a bench. Oh, that's 30. Scrap that shit. All up the hill, huh? So you got some money? That was a total miss. This game was good, but man, I was really disappointed. About what? This is my first time playing it. What made you so disappointed about it? Can I just hop the fence?
This whole neighborhood is like the least popular music festival ever. Jesse's smart. So that music's a zombie lure.
I thought he just spawned there for a second. I'm like, how did that happen? I don't can spawn zombies.
Up the ladder, then she threw it down? Maybe?
Looks like.
Oh,
What the
man,
fuck?
tripwires connected to shotguns.
Oh shit. That's genius.
Traps all over. Someone's been busy.
I'm taking all the parts though.
Hey, Jesse. You there, go. Okay. Now what?
Very small laundry room. I wish I had a laundry room. That would solve all my problems.
No reactions to the shotgun blasts. Where are you, Jesse?
Trying to figure that out. I just keep drinking shit ton of energy drinks. I need to eat food. There's always some type of EDM or techno. Right. I didn't even see you.
Right, this party's way past the close. Jesse, you in there?
Hey, turn the music off. It's drawing them to us.
Sweet silence. Lovely.
Where you come from? Is you just stuck there? I think you're just stuck there now. Your mom needs to lay off the drugs, yeah. Oh, I can only repair the green one? Because I cannot repair that one for some reason.
Showed up?
What you said?
I'm Jesse.
Jacob. Michael
Jingleheimer Smith?
I'm looking for Michael.
Smith?
Oh. He never mentioned you.
Oh? We've been bursting zombies together since way back.
You bonded over not being dead?
Doesn't everyone? Where is he?
On his way to Monarch Studios.
The movie lot? Why?
He had to get something important. So I made a lot of noise to distract all the zombies, and Michael snuck through the gate to the studio access road. My plan was to hang out with construction guys till the zombies got bored and left.
The construction guys are now zombie guys.
Well, obviously I didn't know about that. They were fine yesterday.
Listen, your mum's worried about you.
Oh, they regained consciousness, did they?
Yeah.
You know, she was perfectly sensible before she met Ricky. Now it's like trying to keep a couple of wasted teenagers alive.
Wasted teenagers are surprisingly resilient.
I just hope Michael comes back. I miss having someone intelligent to talk to.
You need a chaperone?
I'm pretty sneaky when Michael's not galumphing along next to me. You can get going.
I like you, Jesse Kwan. Stay smart.
Oh, Michael too. Okay. Parkour!
Monarch Studios. Suppose I better take the tour.
I jumped over her completely.
Another welcoming committee.
They all should be slowly dying. Well, that helped my case a lot, thank you. Oh, you're not dead. That is so gross. I know it's just a bunch of like flies and shit, but that shit's just nasty.
Lovely.
Ooh, 148 is a heavy wrench. New curveball unlocked. A pipe bomb.
Form an orderly queue, please.
You weren't moving, bro. They said I have a pipe bomb, right? How do I know I have a pipe bomb? Clearly use a medikit trigger to forceful explosion that drains the stability of nearby enemies. How do I use I think I have to make pipe bombs. Swap. 336 damage? Damn. Okay. Alright then. Caught it! Of course the big guy is still alive. And those guys barely didn't get no damage. Oh no, they got caught up in it. All that energy back, bro. I feel like something else is about to explode. Thank you for doing my job for me. I hit that nigga like a baseball bat. When I get to the next safe spot, I'm going to save it.
Looks like the movie lot up ahead. Michael wouldn't have the key to the main gate, so if he's here, he got it some other way.
Nothing in this bitch anyway. Find Michael before something else does. Wow, that's creepy. Can't jump on that. Oh wow, okay. What's good, How you doing? Ben, Bastion, Friday, didn't see you was live. Well, just pay attention to my stories and my Discord. Since now Jesus made people gotta be at a certain level. That's why I didn't post it there, because I am not level 5 yet, so if you want to see when I'm live, you gotta pay attention to my Twitch stories or the Discord. There's nothing around here. If you want to, anyway. On my face. Right in between her thighs. The game is great. It's been pretty fun. I just started like 4 hours ago, I think, around it, and so far, pretty fun. I haven't gotten to the point where it's like, what the hell is this game? You know? So right now, it's still pretty fun. Can you go in? Oh, you can. It's a sound person. They got turned to a zombie. Not the sound person. It's the food stuff, people. How is Frag Punk coming along? Oh, I didn't even know y'all was right there. What's a bench? I can make only 5. Oh! Look at get drop kick towards the mirror. Oh, he flew. Thank you for the raid, Jesus. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. How is everybody? You at the studio bit? Yes, I am. Thank you for the raid. Hello, welcome in, everybody. It's good, Monk. How you doing? How is everybody's Friday night going? I can't remember what happens. I don't know. First day playing it.
Wow, you can really dance. Wow, you can really dance. He went.
What the fuck happened here? What's everyone doing? How was stream, Jesus? Was it fun? You enjoyed yourself?
Jeez. Love of my life.
Did you win?
More caustic slime and bits of grisly stuff.
I don't know what that means, but alright. Been wanting to play this really bad. Love zombie games. Well, you can get it for free right now at the Epic Game Store. It's free. Go get it.
Sawdust, epoxy.
And I'm not being paid to say that, by the way. It sounds it, but I'm not. I wish I was getting paid by Epic. That'd be sick. Oh, you want to play with friends? Got you. Paid actor. Dude, you never know. One day. Who knows? You never know. I feel like I have the cadence to be a promoter speaker, but
this bad boy,
the fucking nerves and the fucking anxiety will always trump
This
that,
whole
and that
place
will
is
just
set
make
up
me
like a
go
stage.
into a big
That
wreck,
door
and I
is
don't
the
think I could
curb.
do that in person. But who knows? I
Stage
never tried it.
effects.
I need
Could
a
be
breaker.
fun.
Yeah, breaker. What you doing, Jesus? You just raid, then bounce? What's going on? Where am I going? I just did a whole loop around. I just did a whole loop. Yes, sir. It says it in the
Suckage
title.
barrel.
It says it in the title. Where's the generator, damn it? Okay, I remember being here. Okay. Was gonna play a break, but was afraid like last time. Yes, see, that's why I put it in the title, just to make sure people just won't be, you know, doing some crazy shit. Can't read. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot you can't read.
Screen FX.
I forgot about that. I love the drop kicking though. That's my favorite thing out of the whole game. Drop kicking, awesome. Can't get enough of it. I love it. It's so fun. Just drop kicking them. is the best part of the whole game for me. I don't care what anybody says. I can do it all day. It is. It's so amusing. Like, how can you not like it? Oh. Damn it! I was trying to heal and run, but I was facing a wall. But yes, this is going to be a YouTube video. I gotta start all from back here now. You're assholes for that. Especially when it goes slow motion. It's really fun. Really fun when it goes slow motion. That's the best part. Like right there. It just went slow motion.
Oh, the smell of a soundstage. Paint, sawdust, epoxy resin.
And a lot of tears. And a lot of crying. Okay, where did I find a generator? Because I don't remember. Shut up, zombies! You're loud. I forgot where I found the generator. Is that a reason? Yes. Do you have a question? Raise your hand if you have a question. Would you survive a zombie apocalypse? Depends on what type of zombies we talking about. Like this one? Well, there's brutes. There's people that are fast.
Suckage bearable.
Runners. If I was by myself, no. But if I was with a group of like, let's say like 5 people, then I think so. Me and like 4 people, we will definitely survive that shit. Definitely survive. Oh, with the Discord group? That's a lot of people. I would say yes, for the simple fact we will all have different roles, so I feel like it would be great and not that much of a struggle, if that makes any sense. Oh, drop the lights. Bring it.
Oh, praise the God.
You Jesus me as
Let's
yes,
go.
I'm
Green
so
screen
we
at
can
best.
sacrifice her just in case. Damn, that's crazy. That's brutal. But I'm down. Sacrifice to Joshua. I'm down. If you don't get that reference, that's from Naruto. How did I die so fast? God damn. She kicked my ass so quick.
Oh, the smell of a soundstage.
Oh, the smell
Paint,
of
sawdust,
nothing.
epoxy resin.
The smell of vagina. Let's go, son. This time,
Suckage
first try.
bearable. So, how do I open this bad boy, eh?
Hey. Shh. I'm concentrating here. Wait, there's 2 of them? Alright. We will definitely survive a zombie apocalypse. No doubt about it. But yeah, us as a group, dude, that'd be easy because I feel like we would all have our own roles, and I feel like somebody would be like the person to like fight, gather food and like things like that. Somebody can like make sure cuts, wounds, things of that is all like not, you know, dangerous, things of that nature, you know, if that makes any sense to you. Sacrifice to Joshing, yeah, cool. Sacrifice to Cthulhu as well. Yeah, if we got to trip someone. We gotta trip someone, it's crazy. That's diabolical.
Stage effects. Could be fun. Those guys are not green screen FX.
What level are they on? They're level 9. That's why it's so fucking hard. You always got to sacrifice the weakest one, and apparently that's Lynx. Sadly to say enough. What can you do? Shit happens, man. Life goes on. Needs getting infected and becomes the main boss at the end. Are we killing her? Zombie League boss fight. Nah, yeah, she's dead. We killing her. I'm not level 9, I'm level 8.
Oh, the smell of the soundstage.
The smell
Paint,
of pussy.
sawdust, epoxy resin. Lovely. Suckage bearable.
Alright, can we pass this time, please? Can we pass this time? I thought no one heard that. Oh, shit. I literally thought no one heard that. That's funny. Oh, jokes. There's no fire canister around. I saw one. Don't know where it is now, though. Hello? I am. Why? You want something outside? Just one chicken? Okay. I could get something small. I don't mind. What? Okay. I'll let you know. Bye. Hold on. After this part, I hope we can beat it after this part. Because we died 3 times, brother. Legendary Sarah. She drops all the good loot. We need to all hang out one day.
Locked from outside. No
We
worries.
need it
There'll be another
all
way
planned.
through for a resourceful authority.
One
like
big
moi.
trip, and we should just all chill one day. And then me being the only token black guy.
Stage effects. Could be fun.
Wouldn't that be fun? Me, the token black guy.
God, Spider.
I appreciate you, Monkey.
Those guys are not green screen effects.
When we get into this vampire costume, whenever I have money in my fucking pocket. You know how many job interviews I went to? I never got one call back. Life is hard out here, man. I don't forget. Just keep reminding me, and then probably I won't forget. The goal's been reached like 3 weeks ago. Listen! If you have money to buy me a fucking costume, then you can do that. But I don't have money to buy myself a costume, alright? If I had money to buy myself a costume, I think I would have bought myself a costume already. Now, why can I talk like that normally? I hate myself. Why can't I talk like that normally? Why? My life struggles wouldn't have been so much of a freaking in a freaking rough state if I can just speak as fast as I do when I get bothered by something.
Suck is bearable.
Just moved to Scotland. It's called the smell of what? Come live with Daddy Jesus. You can't sleep under the stairs like Harry Potter. Plenty of room. Grant George. That's crazy. You gonna make me sleep under the stairs. That's
Stage
crazy.
effects. Could be fun.
That's crazy. There's no sunlight. I'm calling ACS. There's a side of this is like I practically live in a 5x5 bedroom. This is an attic, mind you guys. It's a fucking attic. Rent won't be that bad. Cheap as chips, and how much are chips over there? You're in an attic? Yeah, that got turned into a secondary apartment. So yeah, we practically live in an attic. That's very fucking big, mind you. So they just like made it into a like my 3-bedroom house is $400 a month basically. I pay too much. Too much. I'll say that much. We pay too much. That's not bad at all, and I wish we could pay those prices here. I just want to pass this part. We paid $1,900 for 2 bedrooms. We paid $2,200 because it's also a private house. On top of that,
Blocked from outside. No worries.
There'll
be another way through for a resourceful Lothario like moi.
not gonna lie, Death thought that was TTS because I wasn't ready for him to talk yet.
Those guys are not green screen FX.
It's level 9! Fuck off! I can't see, damn it. The streamer house? Dude, that'd be lit. I'd be going off. Just start throwing parties for no reason. I don't know anybody, just start throwing parties. Heal! I can't heal!
Onward.
Well, that's not smart. That's not smart. Oh, Jesus Christ. Gonna be breaking each other. I'm good with parties. Is that like you good as in like I'm good, or like are you like good as in like I don't want to do that? I need to get out. I need to take out the 2 strongest small guys before the big dude comes. I'm getting quite nervous. George waking everyone up. Sucking their cock by accident trying to get their blood. That's crazy. That is diabolical, bro. There's only 3 left? So that looks like there's a lot more, honestly. I just threw a pipe. Oh, that was the wrong thing. Leave my door locked? Leave my door locked. My door would never be open. It would be locked from both sides. From the inside and the outside. Wouldn't be a bad way to wake up. Making sure no one comes in my room. How George locking us in his room by the looks of it. It's gonna be just wake up to peanut butter. That's crazy. I don't think that's crazy. I'm just waiting for my pipe bomb. Pasta noises, bro. This house is gonna get into a lot of controversies if we are talking about peanut butter and sucking. I don't want to be a part of no controversies, please. No controversies. I'm trying to be a black man with no controversies. Oh my god, I'm always blushing. These guys are too strong for me. I'm stuck. I'm constantly blushing. That's just my default. That's just my default. I can't help it. I swear, if someone come up behind me and be so pissed. I can only kill them one at a time! The fact I can't heal is making me so upset right now. And I don't know how many's left. So I'm scared. Oh, protein bar. Let's go. This hot dog party. Jesus Christ. What? What about a lemon party? You remember those? Do you remember that video? Modern kids today don't know what a lemon party is. Candy love lemons? Oh my god. She's so Jesus Christ. Guys, come on now. Dropkick Murphy! That's a band. If you don't know. Bro, a shovel is OP. Don't believe me, ask her. Literally, we ain't even being weird this time. She just really like lemons. I never met anybody that just likes fucking lemon. That's kind of base. My god, that's kind of base. Because no one just eats straight up lemon. That's kind of gross. I need to see a video. This sounds crazy. No! Get away from me! That's what goes to snacks? Lemons? Really? Interesting. My go-to snacks would be... It would be a box of honey buns. I can bust those down any day. I love honey buns. They're a great snack. She literally tells everyone she sucks lemons all day. I can have a normal convo with her because she brings up sucking fat lemons. Well, hey. If that's what she does, can't blame her. Sucking lemons for days. What does the rain do? Rain ain't doing shit. Okay, the shovel? Kinda slow. Okay, I'm scared. I'm scared. Honestly, I'm scared. Mommy, I'm scared. No, I don't want to die, God. No, I did this. I made it this far. We ain't dying. Like a squirrel, cheeks all huge and feel. Squirrel. Squirrel. And Otaku is in the back sucking on you. Why? Why? I'm just sucking on necks all day. Okay, where is he? I'm scared. Honestly, I'm scared. Mommy, I'm scared. First of all, why would I trap myself in here? This is a bad spot to be in. Ah, fuck, my heart rate up. My heart just went up like 10 octaves right now. Okay, I'm just making sure, you know. The only effect that's worked is water, and I don't have a freaking... Sucks you guys live across the small pond, dude. Yeah. No, it's even crazier for me because I only know like 2 people that live in this goddamn city, and one of them is a VTuber, and one of them is our right hand man Guru, and those are the only 2 people. No, 3 people that I know. George would wake up with his hard socks. That's a wild statement. That's a wild statement right there. Okay. Crucify. Terrorize them all day. Terrorize them all day and night. Bro, we're fighting. We're fighting. Don't think it'd be safe with me and Jesus living under the same house with you. It would be funny. More wild than peanut butter noises. All I care about is that the one thing that I care about is respecting space, and then we all good from there. I love my alone time, and I just don't want no one to, you know, fuck with that. I like my alone time. That's when I like to recharge. I just put myself in a corner. Nuts or with no nuts? Either or, baby. Either or. It depends on how I'm feeling. I need to stop playing around. I'm gonna die. That's their lemons. That's crazy. Now, why would you want to do that? Just to piss her off? No, I'm stuck. I have shurikens. I can use shurikens. Inventory. Oh no, chem bombs don't do damage. Shuriken. I gotta go outside. Oh, okay. Well. I don't wanna go down there and then he just does one move and I'm done. And I'm honestly I'm scared. I don't want to redo this again. Wake up and George is in his black bag. GG's to my good morning wake ups. Fuck. Alright, drop kick him right now. I killed. Oh, wait. Oh, he's not dead yet. He's not dead. I just threw both my swords at him and then I drop kicked him. Oh, God. Okay. I need a heart rate monitor, dude. I need a heart rate monitor. Y'all will see how much anxiety that I get just on a daily basis. I am having a great time. Can't complain. It's pretty fun. And I just like kicking ass. Kicking ass and not taking names is the best part. I'm just gonna read Zero though. You guys seen the new anime coming out soon? Which one? You just gotta read Zero though? What? Monk, what? You just gotta read Zero though?
Oh, I love this shit.
Can I save? I'm trying to save. No heart? I'm done. I need to go outside, guys. Give me a minute. What is level 9 or level 10? This is level 9. Back up! Alright, then. Alright, I'll be back. Let's see where I'm at before I leave. Can we autosave? Is that a thing? Can we autosave? I feel so much shorter right now. Ugh. That doesn't mean I still have enough, though. Get out of my way, ugly. Yes, I'm back. Sorry I took long. You gotta understand, I live in the hood. There was people buying food, too, so I had to wait. There was people also buying food, so, you know. And there was a couple of them, so I have to be patient. But I'm back. I came back, and we're gonna have fun. Oh, I almost forgot to press RT. I just wanna stomp their nuts out. That'd be funny. Got it. I need a fuse. My food smells so good right now, and it's like taunting me. It's like taunting. It's like, eat me, George, eat me. I got a burger, some fries, and 2 pieces of hot wings. Chicken. Here's that. Are they? Wait, are they in the grass? He's an avatar. No, he's a dead avatar. Is this all a movie set?
Alas, poor Yorick. Blah blah sword fight done.
I don't know if that was even English. Oh, there's a lot of them. I'm stuck. Get away from me, ugly.
Q flying monkeys.
Q flying
Q
monkeys?
vomit volcano.
What the fuck are these names?
Horrid caustic slime.
Yeah, come this way,
How'd this
stupid.
get here?
Damn it, I died. Oh, I'll be back. Hi. You're welcome. Alright, this is gonna be the last part. If I don't die again. That is. I'm not trying. I just want to get this part so I can get to this safe spot. Okay, these guys are all dead. The hell's in here? What the hell? What's up? Okay. It's a Legend of the Hidden Temple. That's my favorite show. One of them at least. There's more of them, but they're just not popping up. Oh, okay, no, there's one right there. Yeet. What does that say? Weather? Now there's only 3 of them. Before there was like 5 of them. Get back in there. Level 9, let's go. Okay, where do I need to go now? I gotta crawl in that duck. Where's the duck? Okay, now I just look dumb. Workload. There's a door! I thought it was a crawl space. That's why I was crouching. I didn't know it was a door. Slow down. Oh wait, what? Wait, what was that? I don't know what I did at all. Is there a achievement for how many heads you stomp out? That'd be funny. Oh, green screen. Nice, nice. Oh, so this is how they do this. Okay. I'm getting some tips. I'm getting some tips and some tricks. I'm assuming we don't go upstairs. But I don't know what that got for. We're getting close.
You see? Footprints in paint. This is a proper clue.
Why does he sound Australian?
Damn.
Or like
Which
UK
way?
or some shit. Like it's definitely not where those people are. I know that.
Oh. This way. Maybe Michael's leaving a trail on purpose.
I don't think he's doing that on purpose. I don't even think that he knows he's doing that, honestly. You need to stay there, bro. Oh my god. We playing jump rope? Oh, that's way low. That's 130. Oh, fuck it, whatever. Where you go? He just walking through the fire. He's dead. It's okay, Evan. Shut up, loser. Oh, what's up? You want my autograph?
Something is dissolving from the inside. Michael, what have you got yourself into?
What did he get himself into? Because this place is infested. Get kicked over the furniture. Oh. Straight headshots. That just caused more blood to happen. Ain't that fun? Look at my face. It's a tasty donut. Electrified. Am I going the right way? Follow Michael's footsteps. Bro, I lost his footsteps a long time ago, dude. That's disgusting. I was... Keys? Keys. I went in a circle. Oh no. Like I thought I went in a circle.
More slime.
You think I should go over there? That did nothing. That did absolutely nothing to them.
Good man. Clearly intentionally leaving a trail. Smart boy. Well, boy's got brains and grit.
You think they still following me? Oh, they're right there. Never mind. They are right there waiting for me. No, we don't.
Michael.
Let's not bother
Mikey
them.
boy.
Let's not bother them.
He knows he's being followed.
Well, obviously.
Lock this door.
Ooh, 190, let's go. But the speed still sucks. I don't know what that means. Increase limb damage and durability. Okay, gotcha. You never have enough health packs.
I think whatever spews this goop is following Michael. No turning back after this drop.
I want to save it. It's getting too late. Can we save it here? I don't know if we can. Oh, you know what? I might have to redo the mission all over again. Oh no, just saved. Never mind. Just saved itself. So I think I will have to redo this again because this is getting late. And I have somewhere to be in the morning. So we are going to call it here. I'm sure you want to return to the main menu. You may lose some of your story quest progress. Well, fuck it. Shit happens. I want to see. Let's try to see where will we start at. Just continue game. Disable that for now. Single player. I just want to see where it's going to lead me. Okay, where did it lead me?
Mikey boy.
Perfect. Okay, that's great. That's perfect. Perfect. Perfect placement. Alright, chat. It was a fun stream. It was a late stream. It was a very undecided stream at the very last minute, but I appreciate anybody who came in and chatted and talked and things like that. And yet again, thank you, Jesus, for the raid. That was fun. But we're going to raid out. I don't know to who. I'm going to see who's on. But it's been fun. And this gives me chance now to work on the edit. Also, I'm going to eat my food. So, and probably knock out after that because it's 11. Raid out. See you later, guys. Thank you for being here like always. Quick action. Yes, I'll be on most likely tomorrow, but no promises. But I'll be on tomorrow. Not guaranteed, but yes, I shall. Take it easy. Who we rating to? Same category, why not? Dude, everybody plays with like no face cam. It's crazy. I want to support somebody small. Who's this dude? Be back in a few minutes. Well, you just lost the raid, buddy. Don't know how long it'll take. Zombie Island stuff with the homies. Too many fucking V models, bro. Too many VTuber models. She's not even American. Don't even know how to read her title. Alright, you know, we just go right back to the first person. I don't know why I'm so indecisive. We are rating this girl. I hope she speaks English. Just a good girl in the zombie world delve into. I was gonna say hi and gotcha, yeah. Alright, guys, I'll catch you later, bro. Later.